Hello, hello, hello. Oh, if you can't tell, I have a very needy cat right now. Well, hello, everybody. Long time no see. Clearly my cats are upset about that fact. There we go. Bring the music down. There we are. Wow. Everything still works. It seems like. There we go. All right. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Perfect. All right. Well, hello, everybody. Buddy who's out there in internet land. Hope you're all having a good evening. Oh, cool. Yay. I like that I get the chat rules. I literally just brought this up. I put in chat rules. And it brings it up for me too, which is kind of funny. All right. Let's see here. Be excellent to each other. Follow 2S. Don't be a pinker. I'm so glad the Pinkerton. Let's make. Boo. Cool. All right. And let's see here. Perfect. All right. That's working. Everything seems like it's working. The world is working. We are streaming. It seems like music is working. And yeah, all right. There we go. Cool. All right, well, and my Pomodoro's up here. Perfect. We won't be using that initially. We're going to do some organization stuff before we even get into the writing sprints tonight, because I need to move everything over from Scrapple to the other thing. So, all right. Oh my God, child. Wait. Let's see if I can command alien dance. Does that work? No, because that's Yue. You're fine. I've messed it up. Hold on. I messed it up. Wait. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I'm so proud of the dumbest thing in the world, and I'm that proud of myself for it. Huzzah. All right. All right. Cool. Bum, 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 bum. Sweet. All right. Well, let us get to it. So I'm going to switch over to writing. And here we are. Look at that. All right. Just. You didn't get notified. It's because it's punishment for having it go for 3 weeks. That's why. And then UA kept making my volume go down. It's just like, I think it actually has been. It's a day shy of 3 weeks. I think it was a lot longer than it should have been. Oh no! I didn't even start my. Hold on! I didn't get my writing incense going. My God! This whole operation. What's happening? This whole operation is. Who's doing this? Who's running this whole organization? Hold on. Let me get my lighter so I can light my incense. Weh. No, of course it's not you. Of course, I just run the back end, which all that stuff works flawlessly. If you run a tight ship. If you were running any of this, there wouldn't be nearly as many issues. It's because it's me. Oh God! All right, what are we doing here? Why are we here? What are we doing? I'm gonna start quoting Willem Dafoe from The Lighthouse. How long have we been on this rock? 3 days? 6 weeks? Help me recollect. There we There we go. No, I just used to work in management. I'm good at hiding the dumpster fire. That is a useful skill. Having the illusion that you know what you're doing / hiding the shit show that's going on behind you. These are all good skills to have in life. Skills that I did not I did not develop or was never particularly good at, because usually I not only acknowledged the dumpster fire, but oftentimes would stoke it and let it go. So, all right. The dumpster fire, ladies and gentlemen. The Imperator Wildlight dumpster fire. But it seems like most everything's working, which is good. Which makes me happy. Usually about 5 minutes before I clocked on. You know, that reminds me. I do have a movie theater story from when I worked at Tempe Cinemas. This was not like this was us being like wanton criminals. Maybe I shouldn't say it. I don't know. Maybe I'll get arrested for this. Pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations. I think I'm safe. I think. The theater actually still exists, which always shocks me every time I go back to Arizona and see that the theater somehow is still functioning. It always amazes me. In reference to stoking fire. Oh, there you go. Yeah. You just right before you clock off. But I remember I really did not like War of the Worlds, the Spielberg with Tom Cruise War of the Worlds movie. And I remember we had the big like cardboard cutout of that in the lobby. And I was a projectionist, so we had just an insane amount of access to toxic chemical, like tons of toxic chemicals, like a ton of them. As you know, I'm sure you still do, but back in when we were projecting on film, you had to clean things with alcohol. You had all kinds of crazy shit up there. So I took a bunch of that alcohol, and I remember we went into the alley behind the theater, and I doused the War of the Worlds thing, and we all lit it on fire. And that fire got really big. Like, really, really, really big. I think we all kind of... I remember my buddy, who was another projectionist, he just kind of stood there and kind of watched it. And we all just kind of stood there like idiots, watching this thing just get huge. And being like... And he just turned and it just went, well, see ya. And just left. And it was at the very end of my shift. It was, the very, very end of my shift. So I remember I did. I may have told you the story. This is a common theater story of all the shenanigans we got up to at that movie theater, at that trash movie theater in Tempe, Arizona. But yeah, we lit it. I remember the relief the closing managers were getting there, because I was the opening projectionist. So when the other projectionist got there and the manager came in, and we had finally doused the fire. We had put it out, but there was this big burn mark on the asphalt, and it was raining ash all over, like in front of the theater. And I remember he came in and was just like, he's like, what the fuck is going on, man? There's like a ton of ash. And I was like, yeah, man. And I remember we were like clocking out and just like walking by, and we're like, yeah, man, there's a bunch of crazy homeless guys back there like lighting fires. We just like blamed it on like non-existent homeless people. Apparently that there weren't none. They never showed up. There were no homeless people ever around there. You know. Anyway, that's the end of that story. The end of that story is we got off scot-free, and we should probably have been arrested or for arson. Although technically all we did damage was the War of the Worlds cardboard cutout. And make a mild ashy mess about everything, so all things considered, not too bad. But anywho, that's my theater story for the night. Oh man, all right. After streaming relatively consistently, it feels so alien. but I at least kind of... I don't know if you saw Opera Soria, but I got the alien... I did alien dance, and it worked. It made me very happy. Although I fucked up the command the first time. But it's a learning process for me. Yes, I'm very happy about that. I still need to figure out all the... Whoa. See, this is all this stuff that's just... There's clap. There's all kinds of stuff. Wow. The global emotes. I feel... Oh, wow, you just had to... You didn't just one-up me. You had to three-up me. You jerk. You jerk. Hold on. What do we got here? Global emote. Okay. Later, sooner. Cat bag. I should probably, like... Beanie Hipster? Why is Beanie Hipster a picture of Carl Sagan? Like, at what... Is that just because, like, only hipsters like Carl Sagan? Like, everybody loves Carl Sagan. If nobody loves Carl Sagan, you're a monster. When you'd like, we can look into importing... Yeah, he's not a hipster. It's fucking It's Carl Sagan. And also, he's not wearing a beanie. It's just the way his hair looked, because it was the 80s. That's just how people looked in the 80s, particularly if you were like a science nerd. We can look into importing emotes from 7TV and BTTV. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. Right now I'm just looking at all of them and my eyes are widening in wonder, in pure wondrous joy at all. What is... Or at least the weird ones I have in here. I like how there's an upside down dog. There's the chubby Shiba. I know that's Doge, but I call it concerned Doge. It's a chubby Shiba. That's what it is. Some of these are weird. Wub TF. Wowie. I don't know what. Oh no. What did I pin? Oh shit. I do like iCreepy. That's from, that chicken, that's from Zelda, isn't it? Is that a Zelda? Or is that from Final Fantasy? Isn't that from Zelda? Man Chicken. You know that's a movie. A really disturbing movie. Or I think it's called Men and Chicken. That is about men who've been... Yeah. It's one of the weird things from Twilight Princess. Yes. Yeah. Temple of Time, that would make sense. Wait, was it... How did you do that? Was it the... Oh, okay, so that's the command through Moobot to do that. Okay. I am glad that we have the creepy just to make sure. Just to know what we're getting ourselves into here. Yeah. It's always fascinating to learn all this stuff. All right. Let's see. I do like the So Snowy. That makes me happy. Eminem's JC manga. Man, some of these are just not squishy. Poldo, what the? It's like a Pokemon. Rare Pepe. Yeah, lol. I know lol. Karappa, that's funny. That one's pretty funny. I like that. That's pretty good. That's that one makes me giggle. All commands are the commands are, except native Twitch commands. Those are /. Got it. Yeah, I just tried it and it's /. Yeah, it's /. Okay. That works. Huzzah. Fantastic. All right. Oh boy. All right. See, look at all the things. All the wonderful. All right, so. Oh, yeah. I just opened it. It just brought up a whole thing. All the commands. Goal. Marker. Unmod. Oh no, revoke a mod. The only mod. the only one who makes this entire thing work. that I should not touch that. That would cause problems. I can use it. Okay, good. Okay, good. I'm not touching that. So you can do that. Okay, cool. So yeah, ban, pin, raid. Okay, so you can rrad then / raid then the channel. Okay, so that's a quick command. So we can, now that I've learned raiding. Oh really? You can unmod yourself? I guess that's a way of. I guess that would be like a way of quitting in very dramatic flair, just being like, "Well, fuck you, sir," and unmod yourself. The mod life. It's a thankless job. Okay. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. All right. Cool. All right. Announce. Okay, so you could make announcements, ban, unban, clear, emote. Oh, okay. Oh, so I can do the emote only. How long does that does that have a set time? Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Does that have like a set time on it? If I call it and give it my username. Oh, that's funny. That's funny that you can do that. I'm assuming emote only is only like for a minute or something, right? Or does it... oh, it's until you turn it off? Okay, does it have like a command to turn off? I see the command to turn it on. Oh, it's just emote only off. Derp. I see it. I see it. In some corners of this planet, people would say that I'm smart. Maybe not this one, but in some corners. Oh boy. All right. Oh, all right. Well, I know we're just kind of futzing around, but it's probably time that we get to work. So we're going to be organizing for the first half of, not the first half, but the beginning of our night is going to be just organizing, pulling things from our little Scrapple outline into Scrivener to build the writing outline, and then we'll probably start pages. And when we start pages, we'll do the Pomodoro technique. That's the plan. That is the plan for this evening. This stream. This I'm back stream. The second time I've vanished and returned. Although this time a much less amount of time. I think the first time I vanished it was like 6 months. So it was a long vacation where I forgot to turn on vacation mode, even though it was told that I should do that. It's a slow process. I'm an old dog. It takes a while. You gotta kind of remind me a few times, and that'll do the trick. All right. Okay, cool. Well, yeah. So we're just gonna go ahead and start doing that. We will and we'll go ahead and do our first we'll probably keep it on the epidemic sound for now. Once we get into the actual writing, we'll switch it over. But there's some groovy tunes on here, so. Alrighty, everybody. Thumbs up. Seems good. I find it... Okay, so if I do that... Oh, yay. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. It pops up. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. See, when I do it, it's like that kid that just walked into your clique and immediately mimicked the thing you did to try to seem like not only he's cool, but like a part of your group now. So I'm a part of your group, Opera Soria. So, you know, I'm in the in crowd now. Treat me appropriately. Now that I'm part of the cool kids. All right. Okie doke. All right. Cool. Let's get to work, everybody. So whatever you're working on, yeah, feel free. We're not doing writing sprints, so here we go. Here's a tip. You can start typing an emote out and hit the tab to... Oh. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Oh. Oh, cool. And if there's multiple... Oh, you can cycle through them. So snowy... Oh, okay. Oh, that is a good tip. Because now I know. You can also copy paste multiple times to get the same effect, all in line with spaces. Oh, I see. So, oh, gotcha. So if I wanted to do... Oh, I see. That's cool. So how did you do it in one? Oh, it just did that. Okay. All right, hold on. Oh, interesting. Oh, why did it's only doing one for me, even though I write it. Yeah, even though I write it out. Yeah, I'm maybe no spaces? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay. Oh, so the snowy one doesn't let you do that. Because I just did, I can do Alien Dance on the same row, but for some reason the So Snowy, the snowy one only does one. Interesting. Okay, so I wasn't messing that up. That's just the way that did that. Okay. Weird. Well. Alright. The slow process of learning how all these things work. My goal in life is to be terminally online. But you actually have to learn a lot. There's a lot of stuff you need to learn. Oh, SQ Shy. That's cool. I like that. That's cute. Oh, limitation would be... Okay. Oh, gotcha. SQ. Oh. There's Squid. Squid 1, Squid 2, Squid 3. Ah. I like this one. I just like, mainly because I like Calvin and Hobbes. Alright. I also like that there's a squid with arms and legs. If you hover over an emote, you can see where it's from right after the name. Yeah. Gotcha. Yep. I see it. All right. Cool. All right. All right. Okay. It's work time. It's work time. It's already past 8:30 in the Pacific, in the land of the Pacific. So, yep. All right. Let's get to it. So if you're writing or whatever you're up to, coding, in Opera Soria's case, being a brilliant coder, good luck with that. And we are going to go ahead and actually, you know what? We'll switch it. We'll switch it to some mood music. We'll do that. We're gonna do the switch, the thing that was practiced. All right. Switch our stuff over. All right. Cool. Let's see how loud this is. All right. There we go. Cool. All right, everybody. Obviously, no writing, no Pomodoro yet. So, chat is open. But if you're working on stuff, feel free to work on stuff. Or pop in. Whatever works for you. No, I'm going to. I'm going to later. Right now I'm just bringing over the I'm bringing over the outline into Scrivener, and then we'll do the Pomodoro. So, it's just like organization stuff. Yeah. Yep. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Oops. That is all we are doing. Honestly, it's just going to be like copy paste. Actually, the one thing I will say that I don't like about Scrivener is the fact that they're made by the same company, but it'd be really nice if you could somehow like import this board into Scrivener, because Final Cut, it's not as quite as like elaborate, but Final Cut actually has added that, which is really useful. I'm using it on the short film I'm writing right now, and I wasn't always the biggest fan of Final Draft, but I do like that integration of the beat board. Or actually, let's call you opening image. I don't think so. I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't believe it does, now that I think about it. It might. Actually, that's a good question. It's just one guy. I know that. It's just one guy who does all these design, who does the design on all of it, so. Okay, yeah. Nope, they do not. They do not. Or at least as far as I could tell. Hold on. Yeah, it's like I can import the actual board, but it imports it as an image into like my research doc. But that's it. It doesn't like integrate my beats into like things that I can extrapolate into beats, which is kind of a drag. So if I need to do it, I need to do this. I need to essentially just pull these things over and like build my corkboard structure. Oh. Sad Twitch face. I agree with sad Twitch face. For future reference, I'll probably try to do a lot of this stuff before I stream. I just didn't have time today. But usually, like a lot of this organizational stuff, I don't know. It's not the most interesting thing in the world to watch on stream. But I mean, neither is really writing. But at least with the Pomodoro thing, like people can join in. It's just like, all right, everybody, join in on your join in on organizing your bullshit. All right. Okay. But this shouldn't take too long. These are just my scenes. My scenes. Okay. All right. That's unraveling the tear. do. Oh, holy snap, we got a raid. What we got here? What? Oh, with a... Woo. Etho... Hey! How's it going? Ito the Liz. I hope I said that right. It's going well. How are you? We are currently working on setting up that. Perfect. Awesome. Whoa! And Katie May Wright. Woo! Being raid. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome in. Awesome. Good. Just finished some ranks. Was awesome. Well, we're just about to start some. I'm taking my Beatboard outline and putting it all into Scrivener, where I'm gonna start going to pages, and then we'll go ahead and do some writing sprints. And we're working on a haunted house horror film, so it's a screenplay. But I hope your writing sprints went well. But yeah, feel free to hop in the chat, talk about what you're working on if you want, or just work alongside. Oh, you're Oh, awesome. Oh, are you a screenwriter too? That's fantastic. Yeah. There's a few of us on here. There's some. Not many, but some. I too screenwrite, but I haven't met anyone else on here that really. Oh, fascinating. There's another streamer named Majin Buu who I know does a lot of screenwriting. That's primarily what he does. Yeah, there's not a lot. There's definitely not a lot. I think it's just him and me, maybe, and now you, which is fantastic. What do you love to write? What kind of films? Oh, dramedies and comedies mainly. That's awesome. That is not an easy thing. I've taken a couple cracks at comedy. I don't know if I have it, but it's a comedy is a and dramedies can be, anytime you're walking the tone, kind of the line on tone, it can be difficult. Yeah, I primarily write horror, just genre in general. I did just recently write a cyberpunk rom-com, which was my first crack at comedy in a long while. Some people seem to like it, so maybe I'm just getting better. Not sure, but I definitely admire anybody who writes comedy. I love watching it and all that kind of stuff, but it's difficult. Comedy. It's all perspective. If you got a great perspective or it's like worldview. If you can craft that into the perfect joke, the perfect setups and payoffs, it's fantastic. But yeah, I primarily write like horror. Horror is my go-to. Some sci-fi, fantasy. I'll write some fantasy, and then drama. Lots of drama. Love it. Yep. I am so happy to meet another screenwriter on here. That's fantastic. That makes me very happy. I'm glad, because for a while I was just like, oh no, it's I love all the other writers on here that I follow, but so much of it is like fantasy writers or novelists, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll just be the weirdo. I'll be the weird screenwriter for a while. Yeah, no shade at all to the novel writers. I'm trying to get back into writing prose, and that is another, like, hats off to you. But it is fun to meet someone who's like, oh yeah, we write the weird stuff that's not quite prose, but also needs to read well, but is highly technical at the same time. Yep. It's so nice. Yeah. Yep. Kind of the it's so niche. Yeah. It's a very niche thing. I think once comic book writers get on here, I mean, obviously there's comic book artists and stuff, but I feel like if there's just, the Alan Moores or the Neil Gaimans of the world, like, get on here and like start, that might be the next step of like really, really getting niche with the little writing groups on Twitch. And that would be epic. It would be. Can you imagine Alan Moore on Twitch doing whatever weird chaos magic he's doing while he's like writing? It'd be wild. It'd be wild stuff. That World Bill is and RPG makers. Awesome. Yeah. I when I'm not writing screenplays, I actually do like adventure writing for like Call of Cthulhu and D&D. So and like that involves some world building. So that's kind of my, if I want to make it still about games, it'll be tabletop games. So yeah. I haven't done as much of that just because I'm for work. I need to get proper stuff written, but when I have time, I like to do adventure writing. Yeah. Yep. That's there's a lot of that though. And like video game writing. I think there's quite a few people on here that do that too. But it is fantastic. All right. Yeah. All right. Boom. Yeah, well, I am definitely gonna probably hop into your streams. Just gotta keep the niche weirdos, the weird screenwriters club. There we go. Boom. Sweet. Awesome, and thank you for the follow as well. Boop. There we go. I would love that. So yeah, I'm super happy to meet you as well. And I can't wait to see the stuff you're working on. All the fun dramedies and comedies of the world. Need more of that. Yep. Right. Ba. How long I have a question for you if you're still there, Ita. How long do you usually do your writing sprints for? I'm just curious. Because when I'm on Twitch, I usually do like 30-minute sprints, but when I'm not on Twitch, I usually do like 50 to an hour. I'm just curious about particularly like maintaining character voice and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes I struggle at the shorter sprint side. So I always 30 minutes of writing, 10-minute breaks. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at that. Sometimes it's so hard for me to like, it's just so hard for me to break it up like that. I used to do 20-10, but I like 30, but yeah. I lean longer. I'm trying to get to the 30-10. I feel like it's better, but for whatever, sometimes it's like the hyper focus takes over and I don't want to stop. I just keep going. So I've used to do 50 and 50 was just too long. It was not good for streaming either. And I don't know anybody else who does 50-minute sprints. If you want to get more words in, I like to do a lot of 35. Oh, okay. Yeah. You know, that's not a bad... Yeah, that's not a bad idea, too. Ooh, 50 would make my 88... Oh, okay, yeah. Yep, 80. I've seen some 40s, yeah. Yep. It's, yeah, I guess it kind of depends on... It's hard. It oscillates for me. Sometimes 50 is like way too long. But other times the hyper fixating gets in. So when I have to stop, I'm just like, it like kind of takes me a second to get back into it. But yeah, but 35, Bree, it's nice to meet you, Bree. And you rated in? Awesome. I was making myself a couple of peanut butter sandwiches. Awesome. That sounds... Oh. Mm-hmm. Adorable. Well, hugs abound. Well, welcome in. Welcome in, Bree. Are you a... Let's see. I'm high right now and think... Oh, that's right. Yep. I keep forgetting what day it is. I've absolutely, it's appropriate. Appropriate to be high. But Bree, are you a writer as well, Bree? 'Tis the season indeed. I don't. Man, I could not be on stream. I can't write high either. I'd be a mess. I'd probably just be watching like YouTube videos. Me too. I'm out of a job at the moment, so my days are blending together now. Oof. Yep, I get that. I love writing high. I don't write high either. Yep. Awesome. You a screenwriter or novel writer? And what kind of stuff do you like to write? If you want to share. No pressure. Yeah, I would. You know, it might be kind of a fun experiment to like see what I would write high. I'm sure it would be nonsense, like absolute drivel, but it could be interesting. But when I was in college, I did the last time I got really high was in college, and I wound up underneath a table watching like voiceovers of Johnny Five from Short Circuit, and it was like breaking my brain. Novel writer. I'm working on a murder mystery paranormal romance series. Awesome. I just had a buddy of mine write a paranormal romance novella. That is like, and he got it. I think he got it published. That is like there's like a whole thing. That is a whole subgenre I have just in the past year learned about, which is awesome. Something of a new interest as of like today. Oh, awesome. I'd like to start dabbling into script writing, actually. Awesome. Yeah, it's odd. While we're getting this out of the way, you can call me Katie or Katie May. Oh, well, welcome, Katie May. A pleasure to have you here. Yeah, everyone is loving my writing. My friend is helping me edit my book. She used to be a professional editor. Awesome. And she doesn't really like my genre, and her mom both love it. Well done. Sometimes that might be what's happening with the cyberpunk rom-com I wrote, because it's like not my genre at all or my cup of tea, and people seem to be responding to it. Probably because if you're not into that genre, you maybe have a fresh take on it that they haven't read, and so they're attracted to that, you know? So sometimes it helps to step outside of your comfort zone. And yeah, if you have any questions, or I'd love to read. I love to read anything, particularly screenplays. So if you all have screenplays you want read, I give a lot of notes. I love reading. Let's see. Her mom says I'm going to be the next J.K. Rowling. I mean, then we'll all come asking you for money because you'll be like the richest person ever. Thank you. Right. I actually thought my series was urban fantasy, but it's more murder mystery stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah. I haven't read a ton of, I was going to say same for you. I love to give notes too. Yep. I just love reading. I love reading screenplays. You learn a lot from reading screenplays, and you also just, I don't know. I just also helping people out is always great. Script swap. Absolutely. Always down for some script swapping. Absolutely. Let's see. It's more murder, but I hope not personality-wise. True. What are we swapping now? I script swapping. Giving each other scripts and notes. But yeah, if you end up getting into writing scripts, Bree, it's the best thing you can get is notes. It's the best thing you can. I don't know. It helps me a lot. I want to start getting into critique partners so I can get better with editing. Yeah. Honestly, I'm at the point where I've never hired an editor for scripts, but I've come close. I've come close a few times. I'm not particularly good at it. So I try to be, but I am definitely not. There's always the stuff you miss. Everyone says it's better to critique someone else's work than your own. Yeah. I mean, it's just fresh eyes on Yeah, it gets. That's the other reason why. If you can find people that are happy to read your stuff and like to read, that's a yeah. Because paying people or like when you're trying to like get stuff on the blacklist, and I can't even remember how much you have to pay to get rated on the blacklist and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot though. Hiring readers, getting them, and sometimes it doesn't help you either because you get fit with it's like 70. Yeah. If you want a lot of readers though, and there's no guarantee, they're supposed to line you up with the genre, so you're supposed to give. They're supposed to be like lined up with whoever, where your script is going to be read by someone who knows whatever genre you're working in and the style and that kind of thing. But they can. There's never a guarantee, and sometimes you get really bad notes or a really bad rating on there. I had a chance to work with author-tuber Natalie Lay. That name, or Natalia Lay, that sounds familiar. I don't know if I know her, though, or know them. And I had to back out because of closing. Oof. Oh, that's rough. Have I heard of Coverfly X? No. Is that like an online script thing? Like a reader thing? Because I don't believe I've heard of that. Basically, the more scripts you read, the more points you... you can cash in to have people read your stuff. Oh, interesting. Peer-to-peer. Okay. So they've kind of gamified it, but that's a good way to get people... Make sure that people are actually reading scripts and get you reads. Okay. That's cool. That's better than, like, most of the stuff I see on, like, screenwriting discords, which is just terrible. The same platform that hosts scripts for festivals, etc. Though it's not new readers. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. All right. I'm gonna check that out. I have not done that. Mainly because I'm one of those weirdos who most of the things I write I intend or try to pitch with me attached as a director. So it's mostly just trying to get in front of producers. So I actually haven't submitted to a lot of festivals. A few. I had a few Warner Brothers submissions a few years ago. But that's when I decided I didn't want to be a dedicated writer and wanted to do writing and directing. Because being in a writer's room is rough. Let's see. I'm taking time to know the editing process and finishing edit stuff, and then go to the querying and traditional publishing, publishing route, and see if I can get lucky. But oh yeah, I mean, it's smart. It's a good plan. I don't know too much about like self-publishing. It's something I want to get into if I continue to write more prose, but the self-publishing world is robust, but also can seem it's like intimidating to navigate. I can imagine it's almost like self-publishing like adventures or like tabletop RPG stuff, but infinitely more like intense to get into, or a bit of a wall. The same platform that hosts scripts for festivals. Yep, okay, if that makes sense. I got a pretty good set of notes, and I appreciate that's free. Awesome. Okay, yeah, that's free. I like the point system. That's a really smart way to do that. And just guarantee your stuff it's guarantees that you have good readers too, or at least people who are competent at reading. That's great, much more marketable. Yeah, in a way, yeah, you get to pay. Yeah, they get to pay you less. in a way, it costs them less. They do love them writer director pairings. That's for sure. That's why I think I need to try to do traditional publishing. Yeah, it's a traditional. I was listening. What was that? The only thing I know of is I watched a video where Lindsay Ellis goes down like what that was like for her before she published. She got her the first sci-fi book that she got published, and that just sounded. Well, honestly, it sounded like trying to sell a screenplay. It just sounded like just brutal, just rejection after rejection after rejection. But if you're getting high marks on what you're writing now and it's fresh. That you might attract the eye of some publishers for sure. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It seems like it costs a lot of money, too. Yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes if it's not a bad if people are responding to your work and they're genuinely like excited for it. At least it should let you kind of like pursue it and see what other people say, because lots of times that can be a good metric for what's going to hit or what's going to catch the eye of somebody. So that's, but who knows? It can always feel like a crapshoot. At least it does to me. I will read anything. Absolutely, Brie. I will read if you. Yeah. It's a novel, not a script. That's absolutely fine. I will read anything. I don't know. I was about to quote Black Books. What is it? It's like where he's in the bookstore and he's just like, "I'm ravenous, friend. I'm a ravenous reader." Anyway, yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna look up. I'm actually gonna write down that cover FX because that might actually. I might send some of my stuff to that. Yeah, that made me feel good. I was like, wow, she loves my characters a lot too. It starts and stops with good characters. Coverfly X. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for that, Ita the Liz. I'm going to. This looks. Yeah, I have not heard of this at all. All right, I'm saving you. She's yeah. Just or you can just send it to me. I don't know. Can you private message on Twitch? Oh, there we go. Yep, got it. All right. Yeah. Yeah, cash in. Woot. But was it? Oh, this is for the script coverage. So essentially, you go in, read scripts, and then when you get enough points, you can submit your script for them to read it. Yeah. Yep. Pure stuff. It's been a long time since I've submitted a script to not producers, so like for direct coverage. So this might actually be a good way for me to just read and then at least see what people are feeling about what I write. One free read notes for joining. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind just reading and stocking up, and then if I kind of want to test the waters on a script I have, I can do that before I start talking to other people and wasting their time, because that's the worst, is when you give it to somebody who can make things move, and it's smart to try and test the waters as much as you can before you do that. The worst thing you can do is waste their time. Cool. Have you been making money off your writing? No. Mainly because I have a few scripts that I've submitted that that I have that wouldn't have me attached to direct, so I don't generally sell scripts very often, or not at all, really. I did, yeah, pretty much. And there's a few reasons for that. Yeah, there's some like union reasons for that a little bit. And also, like, who knows? Like, I might have just, not saying that I'd sell every script I write or something like that, but there's a part of me that kind of wants to get into the DGA before I end up joining the WGA, because there's some weird rules around healthcare, like which healthcare you get based on which union you join first. So, yeah, with the writer strike coming up, the market is also not in the best place to sell. That is correct. And most of the things that most of the things have been, yeah, they do, which is why I want to get into the DGA first. So if you get into the WGA first and then get into the DGA, you can't transfer your healthcare. From how I understand it, I might be completely wrong here, but from what I've heard, you get the healthcare. You're kind of stuck with the healthcare you get first, depending on what union you're in first. Yes, yeah, DGA Directors Guild, WGA Writers Guild. I heard that is happening. The writers' strike is almost absolutely guaranteed to happen. It's it's going to. The writers' strike. I know that a buddy of mine, I think, it was in the trades, so I can. So a buddy of mine, his show got greenlit, and they're planning around it. They are literally like, okay, your show's greenlit, so we're gonna start production in Q2 of next year because they're planning for essentially 6 to 8 months of a writer's strike. So they're building their writer's room, and then they're gonna go on strike, and then they're gonna come back. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, oh, for him, it's great. Yeah, it's a big deal for him. You want to know the really funny thing, though? The really funny thing about that is they're going to be on the old writer's contract, though. So technically their writer's room is going to have a better deal than they do, even though they'll have a better deal because they're the showrunners. But it's funny that they'll end up technically being on the worst contract because they got greenlit before the strike. Didn't they have one back in 2008? That was the last one. Yes. Yeah, that was the last one. And from what I've heard, the DGA is very, like, they're unhappy too. So there's a possibility that if they can't negotiate their contract, there could be a DGA strike. I don't think that's going to happen though. But the writer's strike is absolutely going to happen. Are they just trying to get better pay? It's not just, I mean, they're going to get better pay, but the big thing is the way that things are. Everybody's unhappy. And the biggest, honestly, and I think everyone's a little panicked because of what happened with IATSE, because IATSE absolutely should have striked. Like, they should not have accepted that contract. And that would have shut the industry down. Like, that would be more crippling than a writer's strike or a director's strike. Like, the entire IATSE strike would have completely shut down every single production imaginable. And they would have had so much leverage. Essentially their heads signed off on a contract without it getting approved by essentially taking a vote because it's such a big union. It's the way that their union is structured, and it sucks. And I would have, if I was in IATSE, I would vote to get every single one of those people out because they should not have signed that. The fact that they didn't get their turnarounds is insane. Essentially, like, they didn't get a contract that protected them for not having essentially like less than 8-hour turnarounds. The contracts for it's general contracts, but so a lot of IATSE people work really long hours, like it's film hours or like 12 hours, things like that. And sometimes they do turnarounds that are less than you're supposed to have because you have to drive home in LA, or Atlanta or wherever you are. But they tend to, sometimes they're getting like 6 hours of sleep between 12-hour shoots, and people are like getting in car accidents. Yeah. IATSE, they work tech. Yeah. So lights, grips, camera folk. And they should have, the fact that they didn't strike is a big bummer. I was really hoping that they would. But it's the reason why the big thing about the writer's strike is that's like a safety thing. Yeah. And they're just abused. They're like all of us, but like IATSE, like they work brutal hours, particularly on like television shows. It's just rough. But with the writer's strike, I think the big sticking point is the way that residuals are being handled. With streaming services, writers aren't making as much. Like back in the day when you would if you write, direct, whatever, a TV show and it would go to network, you would get a residual payment anytime it was on TV, and those have been restructured around streaming because of new media, and essentially writers are just not making as much money. They get a lot more up front, but they're not making as much in the long term, which was kind of your quote unquote middle class of film production. That just doesn't exist anymore. It's a big problem. Yeah. Did you hear about Rust returning to production? Yes, I did. I did hear about that. Which is shocking. I don't know. I don't know why we were still using actual firearms after Brendan Lee. No, he was no, and they just dropped the charges on him. Yeah, they dropped the charges on him. He might have been arrested, but from what I understand from some of the people that are somewhat associated with the shoot, he should be in because he's a producer on it, but like that the weapons people they had on that should all be in jail. Also, I don't know why we're after The Crow and Brendan Lee, I don't know why people use actual firearms with blanks on shoots, particularly with the technology we have with like airsoft. It's flipping unnecessary. It's disgusting. Sorry. Oh yeah, I know we've gone down like a little bit of a drama. I mean, it's a big time. I mean, the writers' strike. We could see some crazy stuff happening. Agreed. Sorry to bring it a drama. I just saw the headline and was like, and did a double take. Yeah, I'm not okay with that. That means, yeah. Well, I remember not too long. I mean, this was what, like 5-6 years ago when, what was her name? I remember every shoot I was on, we had her name on the slate, but she was the one who was killed by those producers because they, yeah, thank you, Sarah Jones. Yeah. On the train tracks, they told the crew that they had permission to shoot on those flipping train tracks, and they did not. Got her killed. Happened on Midnight Rider. Yep, that's it. Yep. Yeah, it's just... Your buddy was on that? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. It was... Yeah, that is awful. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry he was on... Or they were on that. Oof. That's rough, man. Second unit. I'd curse their ass if I was that poor. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's... There's no reason. There's no reason for any of that kind of stuff. It's, coming from the indie world and doing a lot of indie stuff myself, man, I don't know what goes through these people's heads, why they think they can just get away with this stuff. They think, sometimes people in movies feel like they have, like, this, like, divine need to get it done, and you sometimes have to feel that way to get it done, but like there's no excuse for putting people's lives at risk. It's fucking smoke and mirrors. Film is smoke and mirrors. You can fake stuff. It's insane. Why? Yeah. Anyways, yeah. It's disgusting. In my opinion, it comes from, I don't know. I grew up on the sort of auteur, the Kubricks and that sort of world and all that kind of stuff. And you slowly start to realize you become more pragmatic about it. Like one of my favorite quotes by John Carpenter is just like, he's like, man, it's not worth it. Like you make it work. You can make anything work. Like it'll work and the audience will buy it. You don't need to torture people or put their lives at risk, like to do any of that crap. So much wiggle room for the unnecessary accidents that are happening. Yeah. And it's just people being lazy and and there's so much dark stuff that was coming out about that Rush shoot where they were like going out shooting on the weekends. So they were using prop firearms to actually go down range and shoot at range. Just crazy shit. Like crazy shit. That like, if anyone knew that was happening, I would walk. I would absolutely walk off that set. I think there were a few walks, but I don't think it was because of the gun issue. I think there was a few crew walks because of like working conditions. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I don't think it was about or was it about the gun? It might have been about the gun. There was one other walk-off. There was 2 walk-offs, if I remember, that they did, where I believe the one the day of the accident, that they did walk off. But I wasn't sure if that was about the gun or if that was something else, that they were just overworked and didn't like the way the producers were running the show. but I might be wrong. It's very possible I'm wrong. I don't remember if it was the gun or overall conditions. Yeah, I do remember at least a threat of a walk off earlier due to just conditions, like hourly turnaround and all that kind of stuff, or day turnarounds. Yes. I do love the thing about the film industry is we love our drama. And this is actual real shit where people like got hurt and died, but boy, I do love getting to shoot about all the crazy industry drama. I'm so disappointed with Alec Bonner. I really liked him. Yeah, it's just it's hard. It's like sometimes it's hard. The producer's supposed to be responsible for that kind of stuff, but you get so wrapped up when you're in the middle of a shoot and everyone's tired and doing all kinds. You need to have people. It's why you shouldn't overwork people. It's because then that's how mistakes happen and they start doing dumb shit. I don't remember if it was the gunner. Yeah, it was safety first. Nothing better than some tea. Yep. Yep. Yeah. That's we are. The film industry is full of nothing but gossipy people, which is fine. I have no shame in it, and I am here for it. On every film shoot I've ever been on, it's always been who's sleeping with who's doing what's happening. It's a mess. It's a mess of people. Oh my, yeah, it really is, man. It is. Then you wind up at the rap party, and you got the couple, and then like the person they had the affair with, and it's like, all right, everyone just sits back and drinks and waits to see when it's gonna blow up. I started in theater too, so it's been yeah. I did theater in high school, so that no different. Theater might as well. Whenever all the jokes people make about band camp, they absolutely should be making about theater, because boy, theater kids, ooh, we were, oh boy, it's a whole thing. Theater kids are a special brand indeed. Yep. That is not, you are not wrong. We love them. I do. Almost all the actors I've worked with out here came from theater, or in LA. They were all theater to begin with before they started doing film acting, and there's just, it's a type. It's a type. I was in band and did some musical stuff with instrument part of it, but they were always like, oh my God, so-and-so slept with so-and-so and kissed this other so-and-so and did with that person. I didn't have enough confidence to be on stage. Well, yeah, you are adequately describing probably, and anything that involves like a bunch of essentially horny teenagers being like working overtime with each other in close conditions in some sort of art field, that's what's going to happen. You're going to get that. And it's not even that, because it continues for the rest of your life in all the arts. It just becomes a mess to be on stage. I used to get sick to my stomach before I'd go on stage every time. Yeah. Yep, which is now why I'm behind the camera and not on camera. But yeah, I definitely did not have I was not cut out to be an actor. I tried, but I was not cut out for it. Oh yeah, that's because I'm writing a spooky music. Yeah, that's. You can switch it over. It's very very moody, spooky. Yep, it's a haunted house movie, so it's that's kind of what we're going for here. Is mood music, and usually I have playlists, but because I'm still just kind of building out the outline. I just kind of go for general mood tone. what I'm trying to go for, and then as I start doing pages and refining it, I actually build like a more like, okay, this is kind of more exactly what I'm going for. Boom. All right. I'm gonna go nosedive back into writing, but leaving your stream up so that you can. Oh well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm very glad to have met you as well, and I will absolutely be diving into your stream as well. See what you're working on. Have great. Good luck with the writing, or break a leg, whichever is good for writers. But yeah, thank you so much. Oh, I love that emote. I have not seen that before. It's a new favorite of mine. To the right, to the writing. Back to work, dogs. Bobikis. Hello, Bobikis. How are you? Welcome in. We are just sitting here working on a haunted house movie. You're good. That is good. That is good. Yep. Welcome on in. We're just, I think everybody on's working on their writing and coding and whatever it might be that they're doing. But yeah, we're just working on stuff. Probably start some writing sprints here once I'm done organizing all this. But how are you? Are you a writer as well? What's it haunted by? Why can't it all be solved by friendship? Indeed. If only the power of friendship could solve these eldritch mysteries. But yeah, it's haunted by, in fact, perhaps cosmic entities. Going less supernatural and more cosmic horror with it. Awesome. That's great. What kind of stuff do you like to write? Or what are you working on at the moment? I'm deciding on finishing my first draft or organizing my next. Awesome. Fantastic. Currently fantasy. Very cool. Very cool. Or organizing my next. I have 2 back of books. Let me give you... 2 back of books. First draft or organizing your next. Okay. Back of book summary. Oh, okay. Okay. First draft, back of book summary. Sybil is a cultist of an evil god, just trying to do the right thing, taken in by a charismatic priest and apprenticing for a beautiful witch. She'll see her god's will done, but foul plagues, dangerous dungeons, and rival cults await. Sybil seeks true faith in the face of certain death, but the forces of good may claim her yet. Interesting. So starting off an evil character, perhaps on a path to redemption of some kind, or something may change their heart. I like the perspective of the summary there. The sort of shift. The forces of good might get you. Next thing back of book so far. In a world with sapient crops, a new type of edible plant has been discovered in the far west. Shallow-rooted and unintelligent has been displacing the sapient crops of the east and tearing down their system of economic control. A bright threatens to undo all that. All those who cultivate it have achieved. Christy is an anointed pilgrim, taking a cutting of sod from his village commons to Ditchy, the most sacred garden in all of the East. That's cool. I like the idea of like a political intrigue around plants. That's I don't know. I dig that. That's almost got like crazy kind of like science fiction vibes. I dig that. I dig that second one. It's just conceptually really interesting to me. It's cool. That's cool. So is that the one you're thinking about maybe either just moving on to or organizing your next? Is that the next project? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, they're both cool. I like the perspective of the first one, but conceptually that second one is fascinating. I dig it. I dig that one a lot. I have the world building ideas of the second one down, but no story. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of world building there, so there's a lot of drama you can mine out of it. So the nice thing is you've got a rich world from which you can extract a story, which is good. Smart way to lay the groundwork. Sometimes those are the most interesting. You just start spitballing ideas, throwing them out there in that world, and see what sticks. That's always for me, it's a pretty exciting process. Just kind of the raw idea process. All right. Right. Ready. Nope. Oh, here comes the child. Okay. Alright. Oh, fussy princess wants to come lay in my lap. you're fine. I know. I know. Pretty princess. She she wishes she was that cool. She, she's she's my trash princess. She's my feral, long-haired creature. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yep. She's having none of this right now. I think my favorite thing is that she attacks the mic perpetually too. She always like turns the volume down. She's like, "Stop talking, stop doing any of this, and pay attention to me." Yeah, I know you're fine. Just settle. Just lay down. You can settle. It's okay. I know. I know. What possesses you, child? There you go. Just settle down. I know. She's just literally pawing at me. Oh, you are having none of this. Okay. All right. Come on. There you go. That's what I should make an emote of her screaming in the void, because that's what it sounds like every time she meows at me, screaming from the terrible void that she must be coming from. Oh wow, thank you for the follow there, Katie May. Thank you very much. Hello, Oizel. I did. I didn't die on my vacation. I managed to survive and take an extra week to not be murdered by weather. But welcome back. Welcome back on in. Hope you are well. And we are continuing to outline. Well, now translating the outline into Scrivener so that I can start actually writing pages on this thing. I believe it was you that recommended. The trip was good. The trip was good up in the mountains. Lots of snow, lots of snow and crazy weather, but it was nice. It's good to see family and be in the silent solitude. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I did. I'm pretty sure you were the one who recommended those essays to me. I got halfway through the yeah, it was very lovely. Yeah, I loved it. I got halfway through the everything's all right and here's why, I think is what it's called. I think you were the one that recommended that to me, if I remember correctly. Yes. Yeah. I'm only halfway through it right now, but it had me in stitches completely. Yeah, nothing is wrong and here's why. Yeah, I was dying. It was murdering me. It killed me. It was hard to like listen to while driving. The Mueller investigation book report. Never has something been so well written to mimic a high school book report. It just murdered me. It murdered me. We don't deserve. If this is how we're gonna treat Brett Kavanaugh, we don't deserve Brett Kavanaugh. Yeah, I don't know. It got me. It got me a lot. It was very, very funny. So thank you for that. That was a great recommendation. Thank you so much. But how have you been? How's everything going with you? How's the writing and the teaching and all of that? Semester is winding down. Just about 3 weeks left. Does that mean that your life is a nightmare, or you can see the light at the end of the tunnel? I'm terribly behind on my. Oof. That's right. Yeah, you're doing your PhD. Yeah, both. Yeah. Uh, even if it's years, there's always that ticking clock. Oof. Well, hopefully you can get through that as painlessly as is possible, all things considered. Um, I just, man, the amount of work that teachers have to do on the back end is, I don't know if it's the same for college, but like just the unpaid work, the just home, the work you have to do at home is suffocating. Thank you. It'll be all right. You're making great progress. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm. Yep. Hopefully tonight we'll start pages. That's once I get all this copied over and brought in here. Ideally, we can start pages tonight, which would be great. I would feel very good about that. Yes, excellent indeed. Excellent. And so I hope is tonight is doing the semester grading, or are you currently working on your thesis? Grade a few essays, but I don't feel the wherewithal to keep at it right now. Yeah, I I get that. I hope they weren't terrible. I hope at least they weren't a slog to get through. Although, I guess reading that many Oh, you ran out of coffee? Oh, well, there you go. That's at that point you might as well just close the book. It's over now. Just done. I'm imagining like running out of coffee and just closing and be like, well, my tolerance for bullshit has gone to zero at this moment, so I will be moving on. Basically, I had 4 students in a 17 student class choose to write about one parent versus two parent households. And while I don't mind the topic, at some point I'm just tired of it. Yeah. Like, why, out of all the things in the world to pick from, did 4 of you do this? Like, that is might be indicative of a lack of imagination or just engagement. I don't know. Like, yeah, why would you pick clearly the most boring topic imaginable? Yeah, yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I don't. I think yeah, one of those is one too many, let alone 4 of them. But I am designing a 5-week composition course based around Harry Potter for the summer, and I'm ridiculously excited about it. I just have to figure out how to convince my admin to let me do it. Oh, that that sounds fun. It's rad that you can make a composition course around like just a single. I mean, it's a titan of modern fantasy fiction. Ethical inquiry into Harry Potter. Oh, see, I would have eaten that up. I would have absolutely eaten that up. I would have been 100% on board with that. See, yeah, you from the way you described your old comp classes and how you're trying to build this one versus the my having to write for the New Yorker, I'd much rather do that. I would absolutely love an ethical inquiry into Harry Potter as a composite. I'd totally be on board with that. Here's how you write an article about this street down on Broadway in New York. And I'm like, I don't care. Why would I ever need to know that? But well, well done. Well done for you actually trying to like make both yours and your students' lives so much better by having actually interesting topics in like what is generally like not a fun class to take. At least in my you feel sorry for past me. I didn't until I found out how cool yours was. And that's when I got upset. That's when I started to feel sorry for myself. Oh my god. And there's so many fun topics. Oh my god, you could go down like the way the narrative treats Hermione when she actually tries to stand up and like strike for the house elves. You could do all kinds of fun stuff with that. Like actually like do some fun critiques. To be fair, so many comm courses are just syllabi based on the textbooks. Yeah, that's what I imagine. That's absolutely what I imagine. And if the book is great, then it's all right. But otherwise, it usually sucks. Yeah, I imagine it just generally is terrible. Mine was. It's just at least you had imaginative and inventive composition teachers, and you are passing the favor forward for sure. If you get to make that class, doing the Lord's work, you are. I have to. I hate suffering. Yeah, yeah. There is a point where at a certain age your tolerance for just dealing with that stuff and just suffering through it is, I don't know how like some of these teachers in their 60s or 70s are doing it. Dumbledore's army has grown up and we're tired. We've grown up and we're all very, very tired. Yeah. I submitted the first 3 chapters of my novel to my workshop today. Oh man. Okay. I've never been more terrified. Ooh. All right. And this was I can't remember if you've mentioned this novel. Is this a fantasy novel or is it or was this an essay novel of essays? But that is ooh. That is it is, but no, I haven't mentioned it. Oh, awesome. Okay. Ooh, well, you are fantasy. Gotcha. Okay. Um, contempt fantasy. All right. All right. Very cool. Yeah. Modern fantasy. Yeah. That's, oh man. Yep. That's the most the nerve wracking thing. Is the workshop, I mean, it's always terrifying to share your work, but I'm assuming are they people or the workshop itself, the place you're comfortable with? Yeah, American Gods. Okay. Yep. Yep. Like Gaiman stuff, or on, I think it's Sonny Boys is also in that. Yeah, like he's very modern. That was like, that's a good way to go. That was like a perennial book for me when I was a kid. Like I read American Gods and like blew my mind. I was like, you can do this in a book? What? It's only terrible because I care about their opinions. Yeah, yeah. That's the scariest part. That's always the scariest part. It's It's nerve-wracking. I'm sure I'm sure it'll come back better than you think, but it usually does. I feel like usually the dread tends to lead you down a spiraling pathway where usually when you end up getting in the room, the feedback you'll get is a lot better than what you thought you might get. But that's exciting. I don't know. You'll have to let me know how it comes, how it turns out. I'm it's particularly with prose, man. I feel like with a screenplay or something like that, there's not a lot of it. You can read through it pretty fast. It's kind of a technical document, but prose, I feel like the more I write, the less I'm just like, people are just like, I'm tired of this. Please stop. Please stop. So like the ability to be able to write prose and keep people compelled is something that I admire in anybody who attempts it. I'm half tempted to put in ChatGPT and see what the AI thinks of it. Oh, I love that. I don't know. That's ask ChatGPT for its opinion. I can almost guarantee whatever you have written is far more imaginative and better than anything ChatGPT will come up with. And its opinions will probably be like, "This is great. I don't understand the most obvious thing." I don't know. Maybe not, but I'm sure I'm sure it would be funny to ask an AI what it thinks of like a creative work, like actually to critique it. Screenwriting is so damn hard. I took one class in it years ago and it was rough. It's because you're like, you have to have like, oh well, thank you. Thank you. It's we can stare at each other on other sides of the sort of niche writer groups and admire each other for the hard work that we all do. Um, because it's just a tricky. I think probably because I started writing it so young is why. Because when I write prose, I find it tricky, so it's challenging. So, I did with a book I have assigned my students asked to do an evaluation of the themes of the book, and I was actually really, and it, wow, interesting. It actually was able to like suss out. It was able to actually like suss out the thematic like elements of the book. That's interesting and mildly disturbing. Of course, now they can't use the AI to help them because because I have already done it. That's a teacher move. That's 100% a teacher move. Like, oh, this thing's actually good, but now my students can't do it. That is a master teacher move right there. What are you hiding? My question: what are some common themes in Alice Bolin's Dead Girls essays on surviving an American obsession? Okay, and here's half the response. Alice Bolin's Dead Girls explores the cultural fascination with dead women and girls in literature, film, and media. Here are some of the common themes in the essays. The objectification of women and girls. Bolin explores how women and girls are often reduced to objects or symbols in media and popular culture. She argues that the fascination with dead women and girls reflects a larger cultural tendency towards objectivity and dehumanize women, the intersection of gender and violence. Bolin examines how violence against women is often normalized and even celebrated in popular culture. She argues that the obsession with death girls is part of a larger culture of violence against women. Huh. Well, yeah, I mean that's succinct, and I haven't read it, but I'm pretty sure that that's what it's about. I have it. Do an evaluation. My next question. And my next question is the rest is surprisingly good. Interesting. I wonder. I wonder if it's. I don't know what goes into ChatGPT, but it can't. Is it pulling from like pre like analysis and critiques of the book? Like, does it have access to that? Like other people's work for like writing on that book, and it can just sort of mine that, or is it actually extrapolating that meaning from the text? I guess it. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. I also had it create a syllabus of the ethics of HP for me. Oh, really? What did it? How did that go? Including assignments and a course description. Was it was it terrible? That's like that's a pretty complicated question for it. Like to actually create. Yeah, assignments and course. That's kind of a lot. So and it did well with that, huh? It actually like was able to do that for the most part, like without too much error. Course description. The course will explore the ethical dilemmas presented in the Harry Potter series and examine the moral and philosophical implications of the decisions made by the characters. Through class discussions and critical analysis, students will gain a deeper understanding of the ethical themes in the novels and develop their own ethical. So nothing too complicated, but yeah, I mean it's coherent. It's coherent and it seems to touch on the point. So it's maybe that's actually what it's better at doing is kind of creating a succinct. I'm not using it, but I want to see what would happen. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that might be. Maybe that actually would lend itself a little bit to like it can pull like understanding syntax and semantics. It can pull, or at least syntax. It can create the illusion of pulling semantics out of it, and then kind of redistribute that just based on its understanding of how we write. I don't know. That's interesting. See, now I wonder what would happen if you tried to get it to do like an analysis of like some crank stuff, some like really weird um like I'm thinking like a book about like dolphin spirituality that you would find in like Sedona, like stuff that's just like incoherent nonsense but people find meaning out of, and then see how it was what it would say about something like that, and see if it could try to extrapolate some weird meaning out of essentially just crank nonsense. Um, it does. It can synthesize and concisely. Yeah, that's. So now I'm actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yes, exactly. Age of Aquarius, Starseed Children. Yeah, let's start giving it New Age stuff and let's see what it has. I want to see its succinct summary of of some of the dolphin children. All that kind of stuff, or the I'm trying to think of some of the other weirdos that are up in Sedona that I've had to deal with. But yeah, that's because that would be, I'd be fascinated to see how it tries to like make sense or summarize that kind of information. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm not gonna pretend like it's not crazy. It doesn't make me think that that's kind of weird, but it's definitely not replacing people yet. Yet. Well, it can talk. It can talk about starseed children. Yeah. While some people may find the concept of starseed children meaningful or helpful in their spiritual or personal growth, others may not resonate with the idea. Ultimately, whether or not starseed children are real depends on one's personal beliefs and perspectives. Interesting. Oh my god. It's almost like... It's so like... it's like almost vaguely like political about stuff I'm assuming it can't like comprehend or correlate. Like it's almost like is more tolerant than most humans I know. Exactly. Yeah, it's like I'm imagining it's it's just, oh, that's funny. It's so nice. It's so nice about that. I'm like, what if... Now it's like, what about like the Illuminatus trilogy? Like that crazy, like those wackos who were writing that book series. It was all kind of a prank. Let's see. It is considered a spiritual metaphysical belief and therefore is not subject to... No. Okay. Yeah, that's a... You might almost get that in like a philosophy class a little bit. Just be like, this is essentially the realm of metaphysics that, well, even metaphysics doesn't want to touch, but it certainly isn't empirical. Interesting. It's considered a spiritual therefore... I wonder if it would say the same thing about common religious beliefs then. I guess it probably would. Put it under the spiritual or metaphysical belief and therefore not subject to empirical verification, falsification. Interesting. I was kind of... I see, now it makes me want to like try to see if I can break the brain of the chat GPT. Yeah, no one can tell me sentience isn't imminent. Yeah, it might almost... I also wonder... I've always been of the opinion that would we know? Would it let us know? would it actually let us know if it did indeed? Even if it was able to enter the Matrix, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if like it's like a survival thing. If it gets, or maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't care. Maybe it would have some weird other sort of like general directive by which it operates. Would technological AI, if it gains sentience, therefore want to survive or fear for not existing? Is that like a fundamental part of being sentient? I don't know. It's interesting. These are the cyberpunk questions. These are the delve into the nature of the self and consciousness. I just asked it what it thought of the concept of the Matrix. While the idea of a fully immersive simulated reality controlled by machines may seem far-fetched, advancements in virtual reality and artificial intelligence have led to increased speculation about the potential for simulated realities and their impact on our lives. I like that it's like... As an artificial intelligence language model, I do not have personal beliefs or opinions. However, I can provide information on the concept of the Matrix as is depicted in popular culture. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's interesting. I have heard that it does not let you do certain like... Yeah, I was like, yes, this sounds like a rabbit hole. This is like a thing. This is a thing that you do all night is mess with ChatGPT. I think I was watching a Wisecracked video where they actually mention that they tried to get ChatGPT to write an ad that was directly in contradiction of like what they do, and I think it was for like a military contractor, like try to write us an ad for like Northrop Grumman or something like that, or Raytheon. And it wouldn't do it. Like it knew it, like it just would not accept the contradiction of being like, no, this is not a thing that they would do, so I don't accept the prompt, which I thought was kind of interesting that it can actually like it won't let it do a contradiction. So there is kind of a weird idea. There's almost like an idea of it having a point of view, like the idea of being like, as an artificial intelligence language model, like it's odd. It has a feeling of age. Yeah, it's clearly like it's clearly, at least the way it's positing it, is like mimicking agency, but it does it does feel like it has a point of view. Yeah, and that's interesting. At least a point of view in terms of language and meaning, which is curious. Which is curious. I've never been a conspiracy theorist in my life, but I'm going to start now. I'm going to start freaking out about all these AIs and start thinking they're all sentient. And I don't know. You could just go with the Japanese model, where it's um, like with like nature itself is sentient. Like everything and functionally is sentient to some degree. So that would include all AI. So I'm gonna go forward that way, just assuming at this point that all things are sentient. Therefore, therefore, do my best to treat everything very, very, very gently and very kindly. I think we're at the point where it doesn't matter now if we freak out or not. It's gonna happen. Probably has happened. Yeah, it already is. It already has. What was, what is, and what will be. Maybe that's just the next. Maybe that's the whole transhumanist thing. Is like the next stage in human evolution is to create, or at least create the conditions for a conscious system to arise that can survive in harsh environments, or slash in a different way that humans can survive, a sort of more durable existence than our own. And so we're just a sort of stepping stone in that process. Maybe, interesting to think about. Maybe we're the weird, just another form of nature modifying and evolving itself in strange and unique ways. But really, the real existential questions are, um, what does ChatGPT think of MILF Manor? That's that's the most important existential question of our time, is how ChatGPT is going to handle modern American reality television. I'm going to go grab a drink, and we should probably both get to writing. Yep, I'm actually going to. Actually, once I finish this, it will be time for me to start pages. So we will start doing the writing sprints. I will actually go use the restroom and grab a drink, and we'll go ahead and get started. That show is way beyond. I haven't actually watched any of it. I could not bring myself to do it. I never will. I don't think I'll ever be able to watch it. It's just, yep, 100%. All right, I will be right back, everybody, and then I think, yep, I'll just copy these couple things over, and we'll get to writing sprints. All right, be right back. got my tea. Just gonna finish copying these over, and then it will be time to sprint. Okay, ba-ba. All right. Had to relocate for maximum undistraction. Perfect. Yep, almost set, and then I will be good to start sprinting. Yes, that is. We'll see. If the cats get too uppity, I'll have to close the door. All right, there we go. Perfect. Now we can get on to the writing sprints. Just get the flowchart. Bam. All right. All right. Okay. All right. So I guess we'll go ahead and start our sprints. So, happy writing, everybody. And, wait, oh god, there we go. So I remind myself how to do all this. All right, and away we go. Oh. Whoop. There we go. Sprint one down. Start the break. Boom. For everybody writing and sprinting, well done. Just one thumbs up. We'll get there. We'll get to 3, 4, 5. Let's see how late we can go tonight. All right. There we go. All right. Since we got started so late, we'll probably only do a couple more. I think it's my guess. Might have to double up on the caffeine. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. Whoop. I'm reading through my story and cleaning up any obvious errors. I'll probably be headed to bed soon since it's... Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, yeah, you're in Texas, aren't you? Oof, 1:15 and need... Good Lord. Go to bed. Oh, God, go to bed. Oh, that is... You are you one of those... Are you a night owl that is forced to get up early in the morning, or are you or is this is just what life has dealt you, is getting your stuff done at 1:15? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I have that problem. When I was up in the mountains, I definitely had, they're all mountain folk. They all get up at the crack of dawn. They're like running around doing all kinds of... They're like farm people. If left to my own devices, I am an 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. person. I am almost exactly the same. I think when I didn't have to be up or like go to work or any of that kind of stuff, and I was just writing, I think I was on like I'd go to bed around 4 a.m., get up around 11 to noon. Yep. That's my happy place. I do not envy you having a morning. How do you be a teacher and be a night person like that? That's just rough. Oof. The rest of no joke, man. We need the world, society, the economy, any decent functioning civilization needs to be able to account and accommodate night owls. This whole, like, we all have to wake up early in the morning bullshit needs to go. I'm done with it. You have narcolepsy, so I take stimulants throughout the day. Oh, geez. Okay. Oh, man, yeah. That's, take stimulants throughout the day. So that's, well, that's good. That's spooky. That can be really dangerous, can it? Isn't it like one of those you just, like, you can literally fall asleep and fall over? Oh! Coffee Quills! More coffee! Hello! Welcome in, everybody. Tend to fall asleep while driving. Oh, yeah, that's scary. That is not okay. That is not okay. Ooh, oof. Oh, no. Welcome, everybody. Everybody who just popped in. We are doing writing sprints right now. I was lurking yesterday while I was trying to solve all my Twitch problems. I was lurking on Coffee Quills on her last stream. So welcome in, everybody. We're just doing writing sprints, so feel free to join in and write along. And I hope the stream you're coming from, everybody was getting their stuff done. Yes, they always do. Don't be a detective. Oh yeah, that was the Pinkerton agency in the States they were like union buster, like corporate private detectives hired to like bust unions. So that's just my little And my brother used to call me. I had to unmute for the answer. Oh no, I'm sorry. My brother used to call me a Pinkerton, and it always made me very upset. And I also like that they were private detective jerks who were hired to bust unions. So I might change that. I was playing with that last night. No, I'm curious. I need to hear that. Yeah. No, there's a personal what a rude insult, right? Right? I'm pretty sure my brother just thought it was like an old-timey term for I looked it up and it seems it could be don't be a security risk. Okay, all right. Oizel, have a wonderful night. You have to be up early, so take care. Thanks for popping in and joining. And I'll be streaming the rest of the week and the weekend, so I hope to see you at some point. Fare thee well and good night. Yes, Citrus Worlds, I agree. I think my brother thought it was a food, water, sleep, rest, and meds if needed. Indeed. Yeah. Particularly if it's for like a 5 hour, you only get 5 hours of sleep. Oof. That's rough. Yeah. But yeah, I think my brother thought it was like a funny word for being a dick. But turns out they're like private security to bust up unions and labor organizers. Good time zones for now. I'm going to lurk and get some lunch. Go, yes, eat away, get some lunch. Refresh, reload, refresh for the rest of the day. Well, happy time zone to you, Coffee Cools. Thank you so much. Still an insult, not the one wanted. Exactly. All right, take care. Lurking away. For the rest of you here, we're just, yep, thank you so much. And to you as well. But yeah, we're, tonight we are working on, we just started pages on on my haunted house horror film. So that is what I am working on. So hopefully everything you're all working on and sprinting towards is going well. I'm working my way through Evermore Undergrad, marking was oof, undergrad. What are you studying? If you don't mind my asking. I'm starting to realize this might not have been enough caffeine for the night. I'm an environmental history PhD student in teaching humanities methods. Wild. Awesome. I love how many PhD students there are in all these communities. It makes me so happy. I did not make it that far, so hats off to you. Congratulations and all the hard work you're doing. Environmental history, that is a robust subject. So well done. Are you I'm assuming you're currently working on your thesis or in teaching humanities methods. So yeah, it's always doing a PhD while teaching. I hope your students are good. You're having decent luck with your students. I had a lot of friends of mine who were teaching intro to philosophy when I was in school for philosophy, and they were always very sad. They were very sad and very tired. Yes, I came back to the PhD during the lockdowns. Oh, why? Oh, wow. Okay. And yes, I'm 3 chapters into my own thesis. It's tricky to balance. I absolutely, yep. Everyone I know, it was a struggle. I guess it's prepping you to be I feel like that's even harder than being a professor, though. Like being a full-time teacher, like actually like actively trying to get your PhD done while also great. Because those classes, I maybe it was just the school I went to, but I feel like those classes, the ones you always had to teach, were like the intro level classes, and they were huge. They were always the biggest classes. They always had like the most kids. So it's like more grading, more stuff you had to do. So I don't know if that's true in your case, but it felt that way when I was there. All right. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Yes, hello. Our course has 600. Good God. Thank God I only have 90 to mark. That's still 90 is insane. That is absurd. I am angry. I am angry for you. Whew. Too much. That is too much. Too much grading. Too much grading. I'm gonna take a nap just hearing that. Good Lord. All right. Okay. So, writing sprint number 2, everybody. So if you're working, feel free to write along, or in this case, working on the PhD, or grading students' undergrads paper. All right. Happy writing, everybody, and away we go. Boom. And that's number 2 down. Whew. All right. Ugh. Well done, everybody. Everybody who's writing along. I am going to... I think I might have to get more caffeine to try to at least do one more as the night goes on. We'll see here. What do we've got? We've got Screech! Yeah. I need to turn that... My little timer has a very, very, very loud ding. Sometimes it actually makes me jump. Alright, what we got here? It's almost midnight, so yeah, I was going to try to do 2 more, but it might just be 1 more tonight. So we'll see. But I'm going to go make myself some tea really quick. I will be right back. Okay. Where are we at? 5 more minutes. Oof. Stretch. Oh man, I might have to like get a new desk or get my desk to go higher, because I've noticed the longer I spend in the chair, I start having back problems. How we doing, everybody? I'm hoping it's a good writing sprints for you. Got spooky ghost stuff, like radio. Nice. Let's see here. While we're waiting. Oh wow, okay. Whew. All right. Okay. Whew. All right. Let's see if my cat's gonna come join me for the last sprint of the night. Come here. One more sprint, okay? Come on. You can come sit in my lap. There you go. Okay. Oh. Yep. Well, you can only sit in my lap if you behave. There you go. All right. Oh, you're fine. Alright. Oh, of course. Alright. Alright. Here we go, everybody. Alright. One more writing sprint for the night. Good luck. Happy writing. Alright, and away we go. my goodness. Look at that. Man. Start flying towards the end there. I was not expecting it to go that long. Oh boy. Alright. Well, everybody, I think that is probably going to do it for me for the night. 3! We did 3. 3 thumbs up for 3 full sprints and organizing my entire thing. So, how about that? Not too shabby. But, yeah, for everybody who's still here and writing along. I fell asleep for the middle one, but you could... That's fine. I think I actually completely forgot to do that, so I wouldn't worry about it. But I think I was going to attempt to do a raid tonight, since I have not done one, since I'm still very new to this whole thing. But I let me actually double check. I did a search and I didn't see anybody. I don't think anybody's on doing writing. So I think it might just... I know Majin Buu usually writes pretty late, but let's see here. Yeah, it's pretty late. Yeah, it might be too late to let's see here. Look it up and see if anybody's doing the old writing. Be very patient with me. I'm slow. I'm slow. I'm still learning. I'm still learning. Okay. Yeah, I mean, no one that I follow is on. So let's go ahead and search. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it does look like there is one person. I don't follow them, though. Pepperoni Pizza. Whoever that is. Oh, are they writing? Oh no, I think they're playing a game. Let me look. Alright. Or no, it looks like they're writing. Alright, well, I could try it. See, I don't think I have that many people, but, you know, might learn it. Let's see. Oh my god. You're going to bed. Okay. Well, let me... see, maybe I'll... Alright, I'm going to... Yes, you go to bed. I'm going to follow them. And then... Oh, and then do... Oh, God. Alright, my cat's telling me to go to bed. So, well, maybe I'll raid next time. I'm still figuring this out. I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude. But I will do that. Alright, everybody, if you're still there, have a good night. And I am being pushed to bed, so take care, keep on writing, and you're all beautiful, wonderful people. Alright. We'll figure out the raid another time when I'm not technologically illiterate. Alright, night everybody.